just let me be. I've been here times before, but I was too blind to see that you seduce every man. This time you won't seduce me. Just saying that's okay. Hey baby, do what you please. I have the stuff that you want. I am the thing that you need. She looked me deep in the eyes. She touching me so to start. She says there's no turning back. She got me. She likes the boys in the band. She knows when they come to town. Every musician's fan after the curtain comes down. She waits at backstage doors for those who have prestige, who promise fortune and fame, a life that's so carefree. She's saying that's okay. Hey baby, do what you want. I'll be your not loving thing. I'll be the freak you can talk. I don't care what you say. I wanna go too far. I'll be your everything, and you make me your star. Dirty, dirty. With me, I send my babies at home. She's probably worried tonight. I didn't call on the phone to say that I'm alright. Diana walked up to me. She said I'm on yours tonight, and then I ran to the phone saying, baby, I'm alright. I said, but unlock the door, cause I forgot the key. She said he's not coming back because he's sleeping with me. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angel. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. And I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way.
All right. You too, man. That shit here. And I think we've had enough. I think we've had enough listening to some tracks. But yeah, keep in mind that those are some tracks that I found on the Mayo series. And it is that time. It is the time to start the stream. I'm not waiting any longer. I'm not waiting for people to come in for right now because I know a lot of people are still ended watching other streams. Oh. But of course, people will come in anyway, regardless. All right, so as usual, welcome to Merry Sunday Fest. I am your host, Rickzilla, and as most of you know, we're going to be looking at, of course, the Drastia. If anything goes into utter insanity, you'll understand how. A crazy woman like a Drastia would go on the warpath, trying demons. As you know, my Sundays, my Sunday streams are solely meant to talk about how insane her arguments are and how irrational she is. Keep in mind that this woman is in her mid-30s. She's 37 years old. Has a history of mental. I don't know if it's severe or not, but most of the time she fakes an illness as a way to garner sympathy from. And as most of you know, here is my this, or at least try to have fun. Then again, with a Drastia, it's impossible. Dealing with crazy woman, obviously, as yeah, I'm not going to go into full details on how severe her mental are. It's pretty much out there. Like what Adonis Paul says. She has made every choice to put herself in the situation. One of her many coping methods, holding herself hostage, hoping that handsome stranger, her. Of course, we all know how that shit. Most of the time, she pretty much alienates almost everyone who has tried to help. And for most of you who know about anyone who has ever watched anything regarding that person Degrassi is would understand. That shit crazy.
So, I decided to leave because
And because I'm not going to be giving her any satisfaction, I'm just going to go and what saw from. Yes, I was going to say this shit. Pardon.
so I see that
So, last week, well, technically it is still last week, on February 23rd, 2022, Adonis Paul and Aunt Kathy christened the day to be Potato Appreciation Day. It was also the same day as Adrassia's birthday. So right now she is 37 years old. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Adrassia lore, Mary hooked up with a chomo or child predator named Kenneth McBride, who had a fiance of 10 years named Roberta Laws, who suffered from cerebral palsy. Yeah, so she pretended to be Roberta's friend, posing as a live-in caregiver, while sleeping with sleeping with her fiance behind her back, putting her in motel rooms while they were doing the deed. And by deed, I mean doing the dirty. One night, Kenneth received emails from Mary demanding him to, quote unquote, get rid of Roberta. Perhaps she meant put her in a nursing home? But of course, Kenneth pretty much didn't get that memo. And the two were arguing about whether or not they should kill Roberta. And of course, Kenneth decided, yep, that's what he was going to do. And Mary didn't protest so many times. So, long story short, Mary is an accessory to a murder, and she's pretty much trying to gain moral high ground by pretty much calling out Aunt Kathy for inventing this made-up holiday on her birthday. You know that Mary can't take a joke to save her life. Everything has to be serious for her. And we're going to be... Yes, I have a playlist that I brought up, which I've utilized. But we'll get to that later on. I just want to pick up where I left off last time we dealt with Mary.
So I see that she has doubled down. And she's insisting it's not just Potato Day, it's a potato
Hey, Reese's
appreciation
Pieces.
day.
Hey, Robin.
She still doesn't understand the problem. And the problem is that using the term potato to refer to a disabled person is not okay.
Oh, God, Mary. Mary. You obviously don't seem to get the joke, right? Yes, it's kind of... I wouldn't say a derogatory... I wouldn't say it's a derogatory term for Roberta. But I think the origin of the whole Roberta the potato joke came from a fake confession that was made by Mr. Ballysong, which I've used as like an intro, a pseudo intro for every time I used to do the Merry Sunday streams. Before most of the shit kind of took up some CPU memory. Time to get rid of the. Time to get rid of Yowie Boy. Time to get rid of Yowie Boy for now. I'll bring him up later on when it's time to go into intermission. But the thing is, Mary. We went on with that joke. We made that joke from one of Mr. Ballysong's little videos that he made, where it looked as if you were confessing to the murder. I don't know if he got someone to imitate your voice or use some sort of software, but the part where it says, you say you want justice for Roberta. You just want justice for a potato. That's where that came from. And we ran with it. Well, AP's crew ran with the whole potato thing. It's a running gag. It's a running gag in AP's community that we call Roberta a potato. And probably because her face looks like a potato. And probably because her face looks like a potato too.
It's offensive.
No, it's not.
It's a derogatory slur. And she is well aware that she is doing it. So changing it to...
Yes, Robin. It's okay. Yes, Robin, you can share it on Facebook if you want to. Yes, Robin, you can share it on Facebook. The more the merrier, I guess.
Appreciation Day does not help because you are still using the derogatory slur to address the disabled people.
Mary, sit down for a minute. What you said did not make a lick of sense. Even if what you believe and Kathy did, it wasn't an insult on Roberta's death. It was more of a way to, I don't know, fuck with you, piss you off, or no. They were honoring Roberta's memory because it was also on the same day as your birthday. And by the way, you're one to talk, Mary. You shouldn't be talking shit about what Aunt Kathy does when you yourself were pretty much involved with said murder. Well, you were an accessory to the murder, but again, Mary, you have no room to talk.
To put it in context that you might understand, imagine holding a happy N-word appreciation day.
I think they already have that.
And then getting upset when black people get upset with you. And saying, no, we're appreciating you. It's for appreciation.
Robin, I've said this on my, I've said this every time on my streams. If you want to help me out, you can hit that like button, subscribe, and share my stream around with your friends to get everyone in on the fun. I've said that so many times. And if you're feeling generous and want to donate a few dollars my way, you can always check out my PayPal or my Cash App. Both links are in the description. It's pretty much me advertising myself. Trying to get the word out.
We're appreciating you by using a derogatory slur to address you.
Mary, again, this doesn't make sense. Calling Roberta a potato is not a derogatory slur. Just because she had cerebral palsy. Doesn't mean that she's a vegetable. Well, technically she did become a vegetable when Kenneth McBride strangled the life out of her, and you pretty much helped him plant her body in the ground. And again, a potato is not a vegetable, it's a turnip. It's a term of endearment. It's not a derogatory slur, Mary. I'm pretty sure Roberta would have wanted it that way.
That's not appreciation. It's offensive. It's a direct attack.
On who?
Against the person that you are supposedly being appreciative towards.
There's nothing to attack, Mary. She's already dead. There's nothing to attack Roberta for. She's already dead. You're just using this type of... You're just trying to get the moral high ground to make Aunt Kathy look like the bad guy. You're doing the same thing Trisha does every time we pretty much make fun of her. We pretty much talk shit about her. You're just so damn sensitive. You just hate your...
When you truly appreciate somebody, you can use their names or a term that's not derogatory. For say, Roberta Laws had a nickname.
Was it?
She was called Robin. So you could have called it Robin Appreciation Day. You didn't.
No, potato sounds funnier. Potato sounds funnier because, again, it's a joke that was... I don't need to explain the fucking joke. I don't need to explain the joke. I'll just pull up the damn video. Hold on. This is going to be a while.
You chose to double down on the fact that you believe this disabled woman who was murdered and buried in the backyard is just a potato. And you're near 70 years old? And you don't understand this yet. Wow. That's fucked up.
It's not fucked up.
And yeah, you're doing it to hurt me.
No, it's not, dum-dum.
On my birthday.
Oh, come on. You're an adult.
If that doesn't tell everybody watching exactly what type of family I have, there's a problem. There's a big problem. And it's not with potato appreciation. It's with the slurs and the disrespect.
Hold on, let me show you something. Do you want to know why we call Roberta Laws a potato? Here's this video. I know it's gay, but... I mean, not gay, but... same. Just weird.
I helped hide a body. I was helping
That's not actually her.
hide her body. I was guilty of murder. They did not find my DNA. They did not find my fingerprints. They did not find me. Yes, I did what he told me to do to earn his trust. So I was guilty of murder. Anything that I did afterwards, I just murdered a woman. And he had already murdered somebody else and shown me her body. I was okay with it. And as soon as I got away, I went to the police. And I pretended like told them everything. All of you are saying that you just want justice for Roberta. You just want people to know the truth. You just want justice for a potato. But you won't.
That's where we got that from. That's where we got the term potato from, Mary. You didn't start calling her a potato. I don't know if you actually called her potato, but again, the audio is fake. Yes, I know. But, oh, potato. Yes. She's a potato. Oh, shit.
Justice for a potato. The truth. You just want justice. Roberta, all of you are saying that you just want justice for Roberta. You just want people to know the truth. You just want justice for a potato. But you want justice for her. Why would I not be in prison? There is literal evidence. There was absolutely no evidence to
Call me a murderer.
Because when they did the investigation on her body,
I don't know if those audio clips were from a confession, but the trailer is funny. Was made up. That's where we got the term potato, Mary.
And the utter disregard for other human beings' feelings. That comes from my family, that believes forever that they can do no wrong. Anything they say is perfectly fine and acceptable, and if it's not, it was just...
No, to Batman. No, he doesn't.
a joke.
And by the way, that video I showed you earlier. That wasn't really her audio. This was back in like 2009 when people were talking about, well, people bring this shit up all the time. Every time Mary always tries to like say that Justice for Bubba thing, which of course was a sham, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows about that. Well, anyone who's watched Adrazia's videos already know that the whole Justice for Bubba thing was just a big scam. Like how TT always comes up with these ridiculous scams to try and grift on people, Mary pretty much doesn't do it the way Trisha does by pretending to have like a business. No, she just goes, PayPal me /Adrazia as a way, because that's usually her only way of getting money is through PayPal. Well, was. Somehow someone pretty reported her PayPal account. I mean, I think it's because they call her a murderer.
That they would double down on.
Yeah, so Mary, your argument is completely invalid. Here is something I want to see.
I shall not be.
Oops, wrong one. I'm not going to hear Mary sing. Hell nah. Hail to the motherfucking nah. I ain't gonna watch Mary sing. Sucks. Sucks. Mary does suck. Anyway, let's go see what... Ah. I'm just looking at some of the videos. So this was... Nope! Already saw that one.
I randomly just remembered that my aunt sent people to piss on my little brother's grave while her younger sister was dying. You know, y'all talk so much shit about me not doing enough to save my mother. But her sister was literally sending people to urinate on her son's grave while she was dying. Just 4 months before my mother passed away, Kathy was doing this. And y'all are saying, no, she didn't. That didn't happen.
You're right. That didn't happen. She didn't send people to piss on Ronnie's grave. That was a joke. Again, that was a joke that was hooked up by Adonis Paul. Even Aunt Kathy was like, okay, that was not... Okay, that was a little too... But the money was actually went to getting Adonis Paul a new truck. I mean, because he lives in Texas. Both Texas.
There was a live stream that Adonis Paul created titled Fundraiser to Piss on Bubba's Grave.
Yeah, and he changed that.
Kathy was not only aware that the live stream existed, she participated in it and then bragged to me, well, you guys, mocking me about how much money they raised specifically to go and urinate on my handicapped brother's grave.
Why should you care? I mean, you abandoned your brother when you turned 18. And he died when he was like in his 20s. So he wasn't a kid for long.
That's my family. And it's never going to be okay.
By the way, she didn't really say that. Adrazia likes to make up these crazy stories about how her family is evil, which, of course, is anything but the truth.
If you're going to be so insistent that it was just a joke,
It was a joke.
then can you explain why it's okay for Kathy to joke about things like that while her sister is dying? Oh, my.
What about you, Mary? You were pretty much haggling your kidney in exchange for your dying mother to lie for you. That was pretty much... You pretty much were bribing your dying mother so that she could lie for you. And when that didn't help out, you threatened to have her thrown in jail. Despite Aunt Kathy. I mean, come on. This is the reason why nobody likes you, Mary.
My baby sister is dying. I guess it's a good time to make jokes about sending men to desecrate her handicapped son's grave.
It does look like
No.
an eggplant, Robin.
Before we bury her next to the man that handicapped her son and beat her for years on end.
By the way, this man beat me. She keeps jumping back and forth with that whole story. She's pretty much demonizing her dead father who committed suicide a while back. Yeah. But according to some people who knew Adrasia's father in real life, he wasn't always the monster she makes him out to be. Maybe there was some abuse in that household, but again, Adrasia is not a reliable narrator. Most of her stories are pretty much derived from other works of literature, such as Dave Pelzer's A Child Called It. And that was, yeah.
It's hilarious.
Hell, Aunt Kathy has confirmed that Adrasia likes to insert herself in the stories she used to read when she was a kid and pretend that that's her life.
Hilarious. Absolutely. Just so funny. And anybody from an abusive mindset would totally see the humor in it.
It is humorous. But again, even Aunt Kathy was like, okay, that was going too far. By the way, Aunt Kathy wasn't the one that made that joke. Adonis Paul made that joke. Probably to piss you off.
You just have to look at it through the right eyes.
Apparently your eyes are not always that right, because they're always spaced out apart, Mary.
Eyes of hateful people.
Yes, the eyes of hateful people. And I'm looking at a hateful person in front of me, Mary.
Eyes of abusers. Eyes of people who actually have no heart and soul.
I'm looking at her right now, Mary.
Or conscience, and will never take accountability for what they do.
This, Robin, is what we call projection. She's projecting all of the fucked up things that she has said and done onto Aunt Kathy.
Because they can just laugh and say it was a joke.
What
I
was
don't
it?
have to take accountability for a joke, even if it hurts somebody.
Like when you hurt Roberta by telling Kenneth McBride to get rid of her, and he did so, and you helped him bury the body?
Even if it was exceptionally cruel and meant to hurt somebody. There will never be any accountability taken for it. Because it's just a joke. Get a sense of humor, right? It's not like your mom was dying at the time or anything.
I mean, these videos can be hard to look at. However, she ramps it up. By saying crazy shit.
I am seeing comments, seeing that it has been verified that my mother was happy about the videos that were being made about me. That my mother wanted me to be treated this way.
Yep, she is.
Which to me only proves that my mother didn't love me.
Who fucking
which is
who?
something that I have been saying for a very long time.
Cry me a fucking river, Mary.
My family does not love me. My own mother.
Well, I'm not gonna go and say that's true because I'm not gonna say that's not true because, well, you pretty much demonized everyone in your family. You called them raping, pedophile child molesters, abusive child molesters, well, murdering child molesters, murderous child molesters, actually. You've called everyone in your family pedophiles. So, yeah. I could see why that they would have a gripe with you. Not to mention that you pretty much were, well, abusive to your grandmother. I don't know if that's true or not, but according to what I heard from Aunt Kathy and Reality Check, made idle threats on Aunt Kathy's life, Aunt Kathy and cousin Sarah. After your grandmother passed away.
Mother did not love me, by her own admission, before she died, according to Kathy.
Oh, that's true.
Kathy is saying that my mother was happy that people were trying to make me kill myself.
That's not what she said.
My mother. Not some strangers online. My actual mother wants me to be cyberbullied to death.
Your mother is dead, Mary. Your mother is dead. Stop speaking ill will of the dead. If this is the same thing she said about her father, well, she said a lot of bad things about her dad after he took his own life. And now she's doing the same thing to her mother, who died of a kidney failure, who died of liver disease or kidney disease. I think it was kidney. But again, she will speak ill will of the dead. I mean, pretty much told Canth McBride to quote unquote get of Roberta. Maybe she didn't say it word by word, but again, this woman has been known to be a habitual liar. Because she cannot, for the life of her, take any accountability for what happens to her. In her mind, she thinks that everyone should believe her bullshit. That's how her mind works.
Just let that sink in.
Right now, I'm just going through some of the videos, recapping. How this is how it all goes into play.
I shall not be moved just like a tree.
No, Mary, I'm not gonna hear you sing off key.
They will continue lashing out in anger. They will continue beating me down, berating me, degrading me. They will continue because it's all they know.
All you know, too.
I will not reply in turn. I refuse. Kathy was 100% right when she said that there was nobody else in this family that's like me.
That's true. There is nobody in
The
the...
rest of them are fine with
Well, that's true. No, but there's no one in the family that is a lying, manipulative sociopath like you, Mary. Her kids are not like that. And I'm pretty sure your sisters were not like that either. You're the only one that pretty much does all those things. Obviously, you have no remorse for what you did, for what you say. Because in your mind, you think you're the victim. You think you're the one who's justified in saying those things.
Hurting another family member for their own emotional or financial gain. The rest of them are fine with turning on one another the second there's enough money involved. I am not like them. I refuse to be like them. And I will live penniless and friendless for the rest of my life, if that's what that means.
Sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Am I right? Of course you know I'm right. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, how many times have I heard this story before? The whole woe is fucking me story. I mean, come on. I just got done watching Moonbear stream on Trisha, who's pretty much doing the same thing too, except not to this extent, or at least not to this thing. Well, not sedentary, but yeah.
But I refuse to be the hateful, cruel, jealousy-filled, vindictive person that the rest of my family is. Vindictive, cruel, to be the hateful, cruel, jealousy-filled, vindictive person that the rest of my family is.
No, you are hateful, cruel, and vindictive. You are hateful, cruel, and vindictive. You just don't want to admit it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are one of the many moments where we finally get to hear, of course it's now, is a liar and should never believe in what she says, especially on the day of the murder of Roberta Laws. Because this is where it all pays, where it all comes. Keep in mind, this woman is a habitual liar.
So I got my food stamp card today.
For you.
My comments are being bombarded again. And they're saying that I won't talk about the murder because I don't have anything to say or to defend myself, or I'm scared. You know, blah, blah, blah. Y'all keep bringing it up and I won't talk about it. No.
Because you are.
I won't talk about it.
Well, of course you won't talk about it because you don't want to feel guilty. Because the guilt is strong with you. In your mind, you still think that you're the victim. Forget how Roberta felt when you told Kenneth to quote unquote get rid of her. Again, why should I believe you? Why should anyone believe you? You have lied. And this is the thing I see with you, Mary. And I've seen this with Trisha, too. And Shani. And Von Helton. You have lied so many times that you don't even know what the truth is anymore. That's the truth right there, Mary.
Because I have just spent the last year talking about it. There is nothing left to say. You have all seen the police reports, the news reports. You've seen them, you've used them, you've twisted them into what you wanted to demonize me. And still.
Yeah, and Virgie and AP were going over the police records, the records, and the court records. Don't forget about the court records. Yeah. They were going over the court records about the murder and how you pretty much were an accessory to the murder. You were an accessory. You weren't the victim. Roberta was the victim. You went to Walmart with Kenneth to purchase a shovel with him. You can go and lie and say that it was all Kenneth's fault. You coerced him. That's the word I'm looking for. You coerced Kenneth to get rid of Roberta. And yes, we have the reports. We have all the news articles. It was in Mayo Part 1. It was in the Lincoln Mail Part 1. What we didn't have were the court records that pretty much tell a different story. Luckily, Virgie got the court records. And you flagged his channel for that. And you had his channel nuked because of that. So, yeah. Goes to show how vindictive you really are.
Still, you insist that we continue talking about it.
Oh, because we can.
I did not kill anybody. Nor did I want anybody dead.
Dead? Well, you pretty much wanted Roberta dead. Actually, no, maybe you didn't want Roberta dead, but she ended up dead. Maybe you didn't want her dead. But, of course, you were sleeping with Kenneth behind Roberta's back. You were shacking up with him.
2008, I left my abusive husband. I posted an ad on Craigslist seeking a long-term relationship, making it explicitly clear that I had mental health issues that would need to be coped with.
Yeah, I read that in your book. Read that in your book, Mary. Or, actually, no, it's not a book, it's a pamphlet. That part I read in the pamphlet, so maybe you did put an ad out on Craigslist to... you were soliciting yourself on Craigslist. That's what that was.
I received a response from a man who called himself Brian.
Oh, yeah,
He
Brian.
lied to me about everything. He lied about his age. He lied about his name. He lied about his job. At one point, he moved me into his house to convince me that I was his girlfriend and that he was going to take care of me. I had absolutely no way of knowing that that man was a pedophile because I couldn't look up his name because he didn't give me his real name, or that he had a girlfriend already. The girlfriend he had was disabled. Her name was Roberta Laws. She had cerebral palsy.
She's telling the story as if nobody knew. We already knew who she was. We already know the full story. It was in your pamphlet or book. That's what you call it. We don't need a brief history lesson. We don't need retelling the whole thing. So, all in Mayo 1. You were sleeping with Kenneth McBride. He pretty much either put you or he put Roberta in motel rooms while you two were banging. And probably thought you were a child, too. Yeah. Well, you were childlike. Still are childlike. I mean, you come up with these idiotic, childish lies to try and shift the blame off yourself. And it's not working. It's never going to work, Mary.
Decided to kill her because he did not want to be with her anymore.
Wow.
And I tried to get him to put her in a nursing home, and he refused because he said that she wouldn't eat in a nursing home. The truth was, she was pregnant, and he did not want a child with her because she was disabled. I did not do anything.
Yes, you did.
This man was with her for 10 years. And then when he decided he didn't want to be with her anymore.
Yeah. Autopsies tell a different story, Mary. The autopsy tells a different story. So, argument valid. Most of your stories don't always add up because, again, you lie a lot all the time, and it becomes apparent that you lie so much that you don't even know. What? Why am I repeating myself? Why am I repeating myself? You knew that he had a girlfriend. You knew that he was engaged. But, of course, in your mind, you're the victim. You're always the victim. And by the way, that whole she was pregnant thing, the autopsy reports have confirmed that there was no baby. Didn't have any. There was no baby. So again, you pretty much made up that story to paint yourself, to demonize Kenneth more. I think you got that from like a book or a movie. And that's the thing. This is another thing that Mary does. She pretty much takes stories from movies or books and pretty much works them into a story. Takes things from movies and books to work them into a story because, again, she likes to insert herself in the that she either or watches on. So, again, not a reliable narrative.
More. He went online on Craigslist and created a new identity and found somebody who was equally as disabled but mentally and not physically. And then he brought that person in to replace the disabled person that he no longer wanted to be with. Even after the trial, one of the jurors said that they fully believed he would have killed me as well.
That's true. He would have killed you. But
So all of you who are saying there's no evidence that I was ever in danger,
weren't.
why did that jury member believe I was then?
Well, again, because they saw you, they weren't worried about a mentally unstable woman. They were happy enough to have a pedophile locked away for the rest of his life because of his police record. They were happy enough to lock Kenneth away for the rest of his life. They didn't care about you. They didn't care much about your conviction. They saw Kenneth's rap sheet. They know that he was he did time for raping a kid back in '98. And you're just pretty much a mentally unstable woman who obviously sounds like obviously has. I'm not going to go. They saw you and they thought, yeah, maybe insanity would be for you. And they didn't get your testimony because, again, insanity. They saw you as like a mentally unstable woman. And they said, you know what? We're more okay locking away the pedophile. Because, well, he had a criminal record. The reason why they didn't look into you is because they saw you as just, well, crazy. Another crazy bitch they didn't want to bother with. The prosecutor, but then again, I wouldn't take any word from the jury. The word I would go for is from the prosecutor. The prosecutor, Rafik Eller, said this, and I quote, "If he was a loaded gun, she pulled the trigger." You can lie all you want and say, oh, I didn't tell him to get rid of her. I didn't really. You can make up excuse after excuse. You can retcon the whole thing. Paint yourself as the victim. But the court records don't lie. Records don't lie, Mary. You were present at the time of the murder. And maybe I don't know, maybe you damaged your laptop to make sure that there were no evidence hitting it jumbled up. But it's obvious you were trying to get rid of evidence.
You are fabricating a lot to make me the villain of this story.
Which you are.
Kenneth McBride murdered Roberta Laws.
You told her to.
Kenneth McBride pled guilty to the murder.
Well, he did plead guilty. Because the reason why he pled guilty was so that you don't go to jail. Because you were an accessory. You were basically an accomplice. You can lie and say that it was all Kenneth McBride's doing, but who was the one that told him to get rid of Roberta? You can say that, oh, I didn't actually tell him to get rid of her. Maybe he sent those emails to himself, but again, helped bury the body. Helped bury her body. There was CCTV footage of you purchasing a shovel with Ken at the Walmart. Again, little arguments are now null and void. The fact that you go on trying to say that it wasn't all you, that Kenneth was the one that did all this, just know that police records, CCTV footage, and records of sale on some of Roberta's possessions, such as her wheelchair and other belongings, were made to the Salvation Army or Goodwill. So again, you can go and lie say that, oh, I didn't kill Roberta. Sorry. He didn't. But again, there are receipts. Virgie and AP, they got the receipt. They got receipts. So, any argument you make, no matter how outlandish and idiotic they are, it will be valid.
Of Roberta Laws, Kenneth McBride pled principal to the murder of Roberta Laws. Kenneth McBride is serving a life sentence in prison where he can't even make phone calls.
You know, Kenneth McBride was supposed to be dead. The Florida jury wanted to sentence him to death, but the judge overruled the jury's verdict, final verdict. And that caused a shitstorm. And that decision caused a shitstorm. And Kenneth McBride was supposed to be executed for the murder. Fortunately, he is going to die in prison. What he did. But, again, you try to make it sound as though you're not involved in any way. Like I said, there was CCTV footage of you accompanying Kenneth to the Walmart to purchase the shovel to bury her remains. Said, and you pretty much changed the story constantly. One minute you said you were waiting in the truck. The next you said you were helpless when you strangled her to death. So, which is it, Mary?
For the murder of Roberta Laws. That's what happened. That's what you all know. And I'm through discussing it because I have spent a year already discussing this. You're never going to understand the truth. I'm never going to be able to make you understand. And you're also not going to be able to take me down by repeating it over and over and over again, repeating your lies that you have created to make everybody hate me.
You don't need...
If Kenneth McBride was intending to live with Roberta Laws and be with her for the rest of his life, he would never have gone on Craigslist and been looking for a long-term relationship or moved somebody into his house with her in a hotel. There was a lot that this man did to ensure that I didn't know he already had a girlfriend.
And yes, he is a piece of shit. He is an absolute piece of shit. And he deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. And like I said, they were okay with putting him behind bars for the rest of it. They didn't even care about looking into your back. Because there's nothing to look for. You were basically a flame. A booty call. That's all you were to Kenneth. Was a fucking booty call.
Stop demonizing the victim in the situation. And I am one of the victims. I was lied to. I was held captive. I was beaten and I was raped and I was threatened. And none of you were there.
You're right. None of us were there. But you know what we found? Yep. Court records, CCTV footage, eyewitness reports.
To sit around and say, no, that never happened.
The part about the dog,
So I got...
the part about the dog, that never happened. You just made that part up. And, or actually, no, you stole that line from Silence of the Lambs. It is a love story. Well, bigger love story.
Okay, so the overwhelming response was, no, of course we don't care about Roberta laws.
Oh?
We just want you to hurt and suffer. That's it. They're using the idea of justice for this murdered woman just to emotionally torment the witness to the crime, the one that went to the police. Kenneth told me that if I ever told anybody, he would send his friends after me.
No, that didn't happen. That was from your story.
I can only believe that some of the people who are...
Oh my god, that part. No. That part you got from a movie. His friends. You mean his vigilante friends? His biker vigilante gang members? That you said that Kenneth was a part of? The one that you accused Virgie of being a part of, too? Oh my god. I mean, this is just goes to show how much of an idiot you really are. Do you really think people are gonna buy into your bullshit? Do you really think people are stupid enough to actually believe whatever made up story you come up with? It's been confirmed by your family and by people who know you in real life that you cannot keep consistent with your bullshit. You cannot go and... that you are not a reliable narrator. Hell, even your own family has confirmed that this is the case. And you go and demonize them saying that they're the evil ones when in actuality you're the one that pretty much made all this happen.
Or harassing me are friends with Kenneth. I know they've been in correspondence with him. They told me.
No, they didn't.
They wrote him letters.
No.
They tried to contact him by the phone and found out that they couldn't call him on phone because he's in a special kind of imprisonment. I guess he got in some trouble. So he can't use the phone. He can only receive letters. And Virgie
Oh god.
made a long stream explaining that he wrote letters to Kenneth. He wrote them, he sent them.
Virgie was fucking with you. They were all fucking with you. Because again, you like to make up stories about people all the time. You made up that story saying that Virgie was a member of Kenneth's vigilante gang. Or at least you thought that was one of the stories you made up about him. Because he has records. Court records that show that you were nothing more than a pathological liar. And those court records don't lie. He's got the receipt. Dumb bitch. Yeah, I'm calling her dumb. Again, have to understand, Mary does this with everybody. Anyone who has covered her, anyone tried to contact her, left messages in her comments, she'll use that against you. There's no point. Don't try and contact her. Don't try and message her. You can leave funny anecdotal shit in her watch her videos. But again, she'll use it against you. She'll use this shit against you and say that you're wrong. And yes, this bitch also had Virgie's first original channel nuked. He since has made a new channel. But again, she has tried to silence people for so many times. She has spent an entire year trying to silence people so that people won't know what kind of person she is. Oh, hey, Michael, what's up? We're talking about Mary now.
He sent Kenneth a photograph of me currently. He sent him links for my YouTube and my Facebook. They've told me that he has internet access there. They sent him my home address so that when he gets out, he can come after me, or he can send somebody after me.
Again, none of that was true. And Adonis Paul had said this in Mayo 3. Adonis Paul mentioned something on the caliber that Adrasia goes through cycles where one of the he will pretend to believe what tell her inner. So yeah, this was the case because Virgie knows that you're gullible. Virgie knows that you will believe it, regardless of how outlandish and ridiculous it is. And you'll do it. You will believe it for the sake of attention, for the sake of validation. Because, again, you are so desperate to be a victim that you'll go and make up drama. It's like with Shanny. It's like the same thing with Shanny. It's like the same thing that Betty, Shanny's late mother, said about her daughter. If she can't find drama, she'll make it up. She'll fabricate it. Betty said about Shanny. And Mary's the same way. And pretty much Mary's the same way too. Pretty much Adrasia is the same way. If Adrasia can't find drama, she'll make it up. I think Aunt Kathy would have said something on that line. And like what AP said, Adrasia has never done anything for herself for most. And this is the same thing that we can see in her videos, her YouTube videos, where she is seen bitching and screaming and crying, hoping that someone will pay attention to her. One of the things that upsets Adrasia the most is that she doesn't get support from complete strangers. So she tries to manipulate people hard for her. And some people did fall for it.
From the outside, they have sent him all of the information they have on me because they are trying to get him released from prison.
That was a lie.
Because they like and they support and they help pedophiles. Kenneth was a convicted pedophile. he hurt a child in a sexual way long before he ever met me or Roberta.
True.
And because he is a pedophile, because these people who are attacking me now found out that he was a sex offender, they want to help him by getting him released. Sex offenders stick together.
Ah! What?
That's why they rarely ever discuss the fact that Kenneth McBride was a sexual predator that went after a child.
Didn't you date a sexual predator?
Because they're fine with that. They encourage that. They accept that. They acknowledge that. That is their favorite part of the man.
Nope.
And so they have been sending him letters to prepare him. Frozen, sorry. They've been sending him letters to prepare him.
Don't talk to Frozen like that. Don't you dare talk to Frozen like that. Fart.
Right, so the arguments I'm getting, what, you had a laptop that had internet access? No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I had a laptop.
It did.
It did not have internet access unless you connected to a Wi-Fi outlet.
You can connect.
This was 2008.
It doesn't matter.
Wi-Fi's, the computer that I had did not have its own built-in data the way that my cell phone does. It was a very old, worn-down laptop that at that point would not even function unless it was plugged in constantly, which is why it blew up.
Mary, it doesn't matter if it didn't have Wi-Fi. You can hook it up to an Ethernet cable. And I'm pretty sure you did hook it up to an Ethernet cable. So again, you're just trying to retcon the entire thing, trying to, again, paint yourself as the victim. When in actuality, you're just covering your... This is a policy I see with most of these lolcows, is that they follow a policy which has been coined by a astute gentleman that goes by the name of Pragmot Silvas, dubbed the CYA policy. And this policy, of course, this was coined by Pragmot Silvas, a follower of the fine arts of pettiness, wrangling, hard wrangling. It's called CYOA, or CYOA, or cover your own ass, is a policy that most of these cows go by whenever they're confronted by their past discretions. The people who follow this policy are usually trying to paint themselves as victims while trying to demonize the person that they are having a gripe with. Danny and Rev were one of the people that followed this policy when evidence is pointing out how much they are a lying, manipulative sociopath who are also abusive to their Danny's boys. Trisha has been known to be a big, big contributor to the whole CYOA policy. Every time people bring up the fact that she hurt people in the past, she goes on the defense and tries to say that no, she didn't do anything. Every time people bring up the fact that she hurt Sean, she tries to like paint Sean as this monster. The same way Adrazia likes to paint her ex-husband or her dad as a monster.
When the investigators tried to mess with it, I told them when I gave them the laptop that it wouldn't even work unless it was plugged in. It wouldn't hold a charge at all. So the idea that I could have just magically connected to this Wi-Fi connection that was not open on a laptop that would not work very well is,
like I said, Ethernet.
I told you what happened.
You can use an Ethernet.
I was locked in the truck.
I thought it was a basement.
The entire time.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Now wait a minute, Mary. You said you watched helplessly as Kenneth strangled Roberta to death. And now you're going back to the fact that you were in the truck? Mary is a professional. Michael Hatfield says, Mary is a professional victim. She also tries to get others to fight her battles. She tried to get feminists with the whole these men dog whistles and then civil liberties crowd with Bubba. And yet Mary, and Platty says, yet Mary still chose to hook up with Kenneth. Michael Hatfield said, her ex-husband was a patient. Took him to her house and waited outside. Then Kenneth is a sex offender hooked up with. Yeah, you're right, Michael. I'm lagging. Yeah, I get that a lot. That was probably because I opened up a new tab on my computers. That's why I was lagging. I was working on patterns from Godzilla suit. And I was using references. Sorry. That was my bad.
He locked me in the truck, telling me that if I opened the door, the alarm would sound and he would hear it. And if he didn't catch me, he had friends who would hunt me down.
You made that up, didn't you, Mary?
This is something that I have lived with for over a decade. And having people come into my life and start rewriting the story and telling me what really happened and telling me, we have proof that you did this or you could have done this or you didn't do this.
And I could tell that most of the stuff sometimes it looks as though I'm lagging, but in actuality, that's the quality of her videos. Because again, keep in mind that Mary films on a cheap phone that she's had for years. It may sound, sometimes I did lag, but that was because I opened up a PDF on Adobe Reader because I was trying to make patterns for my Godzilla suit. And that's why it's lagging. Sorry about that.
If you have all of this proof, you should go to the police. But instead, you have spent a year emotionally terrorizing me to try to make me confess to a crime that I did not commit. And you think that if you just keep putting pressure on me, eventually I will cave in and just confess. I am never going to confess to a crime that I did not commit.
I know.
Period. Kenneth McBride murdered Roberta Laws.
But you helped bury her body.
Had I not been involved, another woman would have been.
Yeah.
Because Kenneth McBride was on Craigslist with an alternate identity, meeting women who were disabled, trying to find one stupid enough to be lured in and held there. And he thought that he would be able to hold me there forever, the way that he was able to hold her there forever. But I wasn't confined to a wheelchair.
Barry! How many lies has she made about this whole thing? How many lies has she said regarding the whole issue? I mean, yes, Kenneth McBride is a piece of shit. That's true. Sorry. Kenneth McBride is a piece of shit. That is true. I gotta remove my headphones, because it sounds like I'm yelling. Yeah, Kenneth McBride was a piece of shit. That is true. But you hooked up with him anyway. And stop with this whole I was disabled bullshit. No, the fuck you were. You knew what you were getting yourself into. Decided to hook up with him. Again, another lie. This whole thing, like saying, oh, he has internet vigilante friends. Where the... That was another thing you added in your book, didn't you? That was in your book. Again, this regurgitates the same story she put in her so-called book, the I'll Never Stop Screaming book. Yeah. So this is nothing new. Nothing new to hear from her. She'll make this argument again. But again, anything this dumb bitch says... I'm sorry, I should not be calling her a dumb bitch. Probably because, again, that's an insult. But she is dumb. Nevertheless, she is dumb enough to think that there are people that will believe stories. And there have been some. James Robert Clark is one of those people. But, again, as what most people have said, the reason why James Clark is defending Adrassi is because he has a hate boner for Adonis Paul. He has already confirmed that he doesn't watch Adrassi's videos. He just saw that Adrassi was being criticized by AP and Daywave, and he wanted to virtue signal for her because of his hatred for Royce Lopez and Adonis Paul. Probably because, yeah, James Clark is a stalker. And he was probably looking for a new victim.
And I was able to escape him. There's no telling what would have happened if another woman had been the one drawn in.
I might.
Maybe she would have been killed. And then he would have gone on to another one.
Yeah, but the problem is, sometimes I can't make up my mind on what patterns I like. My mind goes to weird. We're going to go simple patterns.
And another one.
Another one. Another one.
Even the people in the jury said that he would have killed me.
Yeah.
There was no doubt in anybody's mind that he was going to kill me. In fact, when they picked him up, they said that he had just gone to the store and picked up some lye and a shovel and things that he would need.
Now let me play this.
Would have killed me. There was no doubt in anybody's mind that he was going to kill me. In fact, when they picked him up, they said that he had just gone to the store and picked up some lye and a shovel and things that he would need.
Bitch! Miss me with that shit, Mary. Miss me with that fucking shit, Adrasia. There was CCTV footage of you and Kenneth going to the fucking Walmart to purchase the shovel. And maybe you went to go purchase some other shit to bury Roberta's remains in. Yeah, Mary. Do you really think that people are going to believe you? Do you really think people are going to believe this version of the story? You're just rehashing what you wrote in your book. Not only does it mean that you're unoriginal, but it also is proof that you can never keep, because again, keep bouncing back and forth from one story to another. 1 minute you're saying that, oh, Kenneth was the one that locked me in a dungeon for 5 weeks. He chained me to a bed. But there are receipts to Kenneth purchasing items you said that Kenneth got. There was a CCTV footage. There was security footage of you accompanying Kenneth to go at Walmart to purchase the shovel. And not to mention that it's pretty much a gated community. And yes, Platty, Kenneth murdered Roberta to be with Mary because emails say that because of the emails that she sent him, demanding him to get rid of her. So she's pretty much pulling all this out of her own ass. Yeah, she is pulling this shit out of her own ass. So.
To dispose of me when he found me. I was young and had already suffered through an entire lifetime of abuse from my family.
Who fucking
who had
who?
denied any problems with me, any mental illnesses. At that point, I had been diagnosed. I had been in mental hospitals. I was diagnosed as schizoaffective. My family says that's not true, but the court records don't lie, do they?
That's true. They don't lie. But
Y'all have all of my psychiatric records.
those could be forged.
Kathy said,
If I'm not mistaken, you do know that psychiatric records can be forged, right? Right, guys? It's odd. It could be possible that Mary might have forged her psychiatric records, make it sound as though she is mentally unstable. But again, I have to, you have to be, Mary, she's not that smart. Not that smart. By far one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. One of the dumbest people that pretty much says probably self. The other one was is truly Trisha. But Mary takes the cake. When she really thinks that people are gonna flock to her side, she's so deluded. And she thinks that people on YouTube are going to give two fucks about her mental disability. She's insane. But there are people that will validate her victim. You can do that shit on Facebook, but YouTube's a different ballgame. Even if she wasn't part of accessory to the murder, her videos are still poor quality. And she thinks that she's going to get monetized. And by the way, this is not from her main channel. I'm not going to give her any views on her main channel because she doesn't deserve it. Besides, Adrasia has a habit of deleting videos whenever people call her out on her bullshit. It says, or not delete, she'll private her videos. She has a habit of privating her videos. Time she's called out for her.
says there's not any abuse in this family. But then she also laughs and said, well, Mary used to hurt herself when she was just a kid.
That's true, she
She's
did.
just a little child scratching herself for attention. No.
Reality Check and I were talking about this a while back. We were talking about this in a stream I did. And the story about her slitting her wrists to the point where it cooled, it might sound like an exaggeration, but Aunt Kathy has said that when they went to the condo after it was after Mary left it, it was left in tattered ruins. There was feces, there was trash littering the entire floor. Bugs and rodents were scampering around, and not to mention there was blood stains on the wall. And those blood stains were from times Mary would slit her wrist I don't know if the story about her holding her grandmother hostage. There's even stories where it is said that Mary would hold her grandmother hostage whenever she didn't give her money for drugs. And by doing that, she would threaten self-harm or even slit her wrists each time grandma didn't give her money for morphine. So, I don't know if that story's true or not, but I'd rather take the family's word over Mary any day. Because again, Mary is an unreliable narrator. And she has been known to be a quote-unquote habitual liar. I would rather use the family's word over Mary. And wouldn't Aunt Kathy lie to me? Doesn't seem like the person that would lie. Or does she, or is she? But again, it does sound biased saying that, but
If a child is self-harming, that's a sign that there's something mentally not okay.
yes, he did to Batman.
It's a sign of autism. It's a sign that the child is being abused. That they're
Mary, didn't Adrastia once claim that she might have had autism? She was trying to use the autism card. She was trying to use autism as an excuse. Why she... I mean, come on, Mary. You really think that that's going to work?
used to being hurt. But no, it's a child that wants attention.
Which you are.
Even to this day, my family is still claiming that my severe mental health problems are just for attention.
Which they are.
But those are the people that you're going to trust and believe. Right? Over court documents, over everything. Over the fact that I have not been in jail for the murder that you claim I so clearly committed.
No, you didn't commit the murder, Mary. But you helped bury her body. So again, that makes you just about as guilty as Kenneth. You were an accomplice.
There is nothing stopping any of you from contacting the police and reopening the case. You have to.
It's never going to be reopened, Mary. So you don't have to worry about the police knocking at your door. No one's going to bother reopening the damn case.
Tried. You've already contacted Kenneth in prison. You wrote him letters last year telling him about me.
Oh,
you wrote him letters giving him my current address. You don't even remember that? It was just...
I'm going to have to ask Virgie if he did write letters to you. But, again, they said that to fuck with you because you're extremely gullible. You'll believe in anything anyone says in your comments because you're so starved for attention. Or just taking advantage of how impressionable you can be. And you are extremely impressionable.
Just last year you did this. You wrote letters to a convicted murderer in prison, giving him the known details about one of his victims who turned him in. You have spent a year mentally and emotionally abusing a witness in this trial. Which is exactly why you will never go to the police to have it reopened, because you know that after a full year of your abusive manipulation, I would not be able to even be talked to. Y'all fucked yourself up, didn't you? If you really wanted to put me in prison for a crime I didn't commit, maybe you should not have mentally and emotionally destroyed me before going to the police and saying, hey, we got her ready for you.
It would be too easy to put you away. Because odds are you wouldn't last one day behind bars.
See, we did the work for you. We broke her down. She's ready to say anything you want her to. All you gotta do is take her in. And the cop's gonna look at you and say, well, you tainted the case. You fucked yourselves.
For what?
Because we can't take a case that has been, she has severe mental health issues, and you've been drilling this into her brain for a year. You have been drilling into me what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is what.
We're not going to go to the police. The case is never going to be reopened. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this idea from. All I know is that, again, you're not going to jail. Because it would be a waste of time and a waste of resources to put you behind bars. So you don't have to worry about going to prison, Harry. You're fine.
What happened? We have proof. All the proof in the world. Then do something. Do something. Kathy's already sued me, 4 times since I became homeless? She's got this family lawyer that can win any case without even having to go to court, right? She can do anything she wants. So why am I still not in?
Yes, exactly, Platty. Exactly. Von Helton does the same thing with the Frost. I mean, Von Helton she's doing the same thing Von Helton does when she's pretty much going up against the Mackies. Demonizing the Mackies. Aunt Kathy is her Larry Frost, Laddie. If you think about it, Aunt Kathy is the Larry Frost to Adrazia's Von Helton. The difference is she doesn't have kids or a significant other who mentally abuse. And she has all her teeth, even though they're still fucked up. And she hasn't stolen valor, even though she claims to have CPTSD, which it doesn't happen. It doesn't always happen with servicemen. Anyone can have CPTSD if they had experienced trauma. And I do believe she does have some form of PTSD from, well, partaking in Roberta's murder. But, again, she put herself in that situation to begin with.
In prison. Is it possible at all? Is it at all even just the slightest, tiniest bit comprehensible that maybe they haven't come and arrested me yet because I have not done anything? Because you can't just reopen a case where the person who has been charged pled guilty and pled principal, and there is no more investigation to be done. All of the arguments that y'all are giving are your theories. They're not based on the evidence that you have. You have evidence that I had a laptop, and you created the theory that that laptop must have worked exactly like today's smartphones and must have had its own Wi-Fi connection and must have been able to do anything. This was 2008. Why would my personal laptop have had its own Wi-Fi connection? Why would the neighbors around have had unlocked signals that I could attach to? Why would he have had the house unlocked for a signal that I could attach to at that moment? I can't argue it anymore. I have been mentally beaten down over the past year by my own family. And the reason my own family is doing this is because they never loved me. They were always abusive. And when my grandmother passed away, Kathy did something to that will. And they need me to be hated eternally so that nobody ever looks into what they did to that will. If everybody hates me, if nobody will ever listen to what I am saying and believe me, nobody will ever look into what Kathy did to that will. And then the family gets away with taking everything and leaving me homeless. And that was their entire plan when Kathy came on YouTube. To deny any of my mental health issues, to deny any of the abuse I suffered, and to villainize me so that nobody would ever believe me when I told them what she did after my grandmother passed away to that inheritance that I was supposed to receive. That's what's really happening. That's what's really needs to be investigated. Y'all have done all of the investigation into the Kenneth McBride murder. Do the investigation into Evelyn Gove's trust fund and her last will and testament. You won't. You won't do any investigation into that. But you'll keep going over and over and over this murder case that has been solved for a decade, that has the perpetrator is in prison, and you're going after the witness. For over a year, you have gone after the witness. It's called witness tampering. It's called emotional abuse. It's called terrorism. It's called bullshit. And I'm so tired of it. And y'all will say, well, just all you have to do is stop making videos.
Exactly. All you have to do is just leave the internet. It's simple as that. It is simple as that. All you have to do is just leave the internet. If it's upsetting you, could have just turned off your comments. Could have just logged off. Good hell, you could have just deleted your channel, but you didn't. Because, again, all of this is for... This whole thing, this whole drama is all for attention. She has had every option to get help. She has had every option to help for whatever mental illness she has or claims to have. But chose not to. Right? Instead, she just uses these illnesses as an excuse. To garner sympathy. Get people to feel sorry for her.
All you have to do is die.
Oh.
No, thank you.
God damn it, Mary.
Die. Just all you have to do is stop making videos. All you have to do is die.
God damn it, Mary.
No, thank you. My family has needed me to die for a very long time. And it hasn't happened yet, has it?
Exactly. Nobody wants you dead. Not even your family wants you.
The people who seem to care so much about Roberta Laws also are the ones who call her a potato because of her disability and celebrate the day she was murdered as Potato Day.
I'm not going to go with that one because, again, she's just repeating herself. She's just repeating herself. It's nothing to go into. She's just repeating herself. Yes, we called Roberta Laws a potato. I don't know where that came from. I don't know who started that trend. All I know is that it's funny. Yes, it's funny, but again, Mary, jokes fly over your head. Then again, you don't understand that some people have twisted sense. There are some people with twisted sense. A twisted sense. Maybe. Just maybe. That joke can be. Some people can find that offensive. Others find it hilarious. But you're just trying to use this as a way to get ableistic activists harp on people, calling Roberta potato. Just like you did that whole Justice for Bubba thing. You don't want to go after people yourself. You just want people to, you just want others to do things for you. Like I said, like what Adonis Paul said in Mayo 3, Adrasty's never done anything for herself. And this is from her sex, from when she was young, from when she was a kid, to her. It's always been someone. It has to be someone for her, and that's what she expects. This pattern has been prominent with her since she was a kid. It has to be someone else doing things for her. Why else do you think she went to? She fled to LA. Not to get some sun, not for the weather, not because it's hot in Florida, but because she can get free weed. Have to pay a deductible. Get free weed. Why do you think she put an ad out on Craigslist? She wanted someone to take care of her for the rest of her life. Yes, I'm eating barbecue potato chips. It's fitting because, well, we call Roberta Laws a potato. That's some mukbang shit right there, folks. The point is, for the early days of her life, Adrastia had her grandmother take care of her. Her grandmother did things for her. Even after she turned 18, she still expected her grandmother to bail her out. After she left Stephen, she moved back in with her grandmother and pretty much terrorized her for the remainder of her life, up until her death. Even when the murder happened, expected her grandmother to bail her out. Her grandmother paid for a lawyer to get her off the hook. And after her grandmother's death, she expected more people to take pity on her or do things. Once it was a church, it was the local church that she frequent with, congregate with. Until they did something that she didn't find, until they did something that liked, and she severed her ties with them. And now she's trying to get activists to do things for her by pretty much the whole. You're using the derogatory term by Roberta as a way to get people riled up. It's the same with the whole these men argument. Just trying to get feminists to fight for her by using the whole term men want me dead, using trigger words like rape and murder. And now it's the whole justice for Bubba thing. She'll look to a political movement. She'll find political movement. The whole Free Britney movement. I guess you could say she pretty much latched onto the whole Free Britney movement and decided to capitalize on it by getting her own little movement. The whole Justice for Bubba thing. She tries so hard to get people on her side. And half the times it backfires on her. Right? Of course I'm right. Anyway, not to make things longer than they already are, I'm just going to show the playlist that I was going to show because, again,
So,
we're going on for what happened recently.
I decided to leave the cathedral before I started uploading any videos. And it's a good thing I did, because there's people in my comments who think I'm uploading as it's filmed, who are saying we're going to send people to find you.
And this plays into the whole, plays into the whole argument that Adrastia will go through these phases where she'll pretend to believe what trolls say in her comments. She's not entirely helpless. She knows what will make. She knows damn well that people will say nasty things in comments. Play along with them. She'll pretend to believe them. Because she uses this as a way to get people, like political activists, to be on her side. People who are advocating against cyberbullying. Remember when she said that she wanted to be an activist for mental health, Letty? Remember in Mayo 3 where she said, I wanted to be an activist. Yeah, you said you wanted to be an activist for mental health, and then you're going around screaming, why won't I die? Acting as a martyr for victims of cyberbullying. Said that you have to kill yourself so that laws can be changed. So that the laws will be changed. Cyberbullying will be outlawed. That's why you said that. So that people like Adonis Paul or Royce Lopez go to prison for murdering you. Because, again, you're the victim. Always. I mean, how many times have I heard this argument? You're just like any other Tumblrite. You're just like any other special snowflake who latches on a political movement and tries to corrupt it, warped ideology. Now you're saying you're an advocate. You said you wanted to be an advocate for health, while still saying that you have had threats of wanting to end that ideation, wanting to end life. Again, anything you say is going to be put in question, because knowing your history, how you have this habit of trying to manipulate the argument, your own advantage by trying to badmouth or act petty or bug about the whole thing. You pretty much steal colors by trying to go after people. Obviously, know better than you. So again, you're not entirely helpless. You're not entirely helpless. Know that people will react. Do it anyways. But you like to do it to stir the pot. Because again, you want to be special. You want to be viewed as special.
If I had been live streaming, I would be in danger.
True.
Because they're going to send people after me if they know where I'm at. Not doing anything, but visiting.
He's an advocate to be recognized.
They're threatening to send people to hurt me.
Hold on.
This is a church. If I had been...
Yeah, here. Hold on. She's going to explain why she doesn't do live stream. Again, the reason why she doesn't want to do live stream.
In live streaming, I would be in danger because they're going to send people after me if they know where I'm at. Not doing anything, but visiting a church.
She has tried live stream, but she didn't stick to it because she was too lazy to put in the effort keeping a live stream up. She's too lazy to do anything. And it also plays into that notion that she's never done anything for herself. So she expects other people to do things for her.
They're threatening to send people to hurt me. This is the reality of the life that I currently live.
Also, yeah, she doesn't want to do live streaming, not because people are going to go after her, but because, again, she's a salty little bitch. She's a sensitive, extremely She has paper thin skin, and most of the even if she did a live stream, most of the people in the chat would call her a duck murderer and tell her to get a job. And she'll immediately shut off the live stream because she doesn't want to hear, get a job, murderer. We know what you did. I mean, that's why she solely makes YouTube videos. She knows that people do live streams on her. She knows that people live stream her videos. I mean, you could have been making that money too, but again, you're lazy. She's just lazy. And besides, even if she did live streams, no one will ever watch them because she's not really well liked, despite having like 847 subscribers on her actual channel.
Simply because I spoke out about my abusive family.
Not really.
My abusive family denied it, and now thousands of people. And my abusive family denied it, and now thousands of people.
Okay, that's not me. That's her. Her phone must have died and she needs to recharge it. Or she lost a connection and it froze. Like I said, all she does is film on a cheap-ass phone that she's had for years. She doesn't want to put in the effort in buying a new phone or getting a better camera or equipment. Because again, like I said, she's too lazy to do anything. All she wants to do is just sit on her ass and play the victim 24/7. That's all she wants to do. Start drama. What she wants.
Want me dead.
Now here's the real shit. The real work.
The threats are coming hard now because of the video about the trucking company that is employing people who disparage handicapped children. And they're saying, well, we're going to go real life now. Now we're really going to fuck your life up.
Oh, who said
You
that?
already have.
That's true. Well, actually, no, we didn't really fuck your life up. You fucked your own life up. Mary, you fucked your own life up when you decided to, I don't know, waste every ounce of money that was given to you on frivolous things. Then again, you already fucked your own life up when you decide to hook up with a child predator named Kenneth McBride. And also when you decide to drive your ex-husband to his underage girlfriend's house. So again, those two convictions would have been enough to make your life a living hell. But again, that's just my opinion.
Y'all have already done all of this to me. Last year, my landlord was contacted. You steal my mail. I haven't received mail in at least 7 months because it gets stolen every day. You have my address. You've had people come and just sit on the steps and watch me. Yeah, you thought I didn't know that was y'all. I bought her a soda. Y'all had the poor girl sitting out there for 5 hours just watching me come and go. You've contacted my therapist that I no longer have anymore.
Again, the therapist story, yeah. I think everybody knows about the whole therapist story. She doxed her therapist, Kenesha. And Kenesha told her to knock that shit off. But again, Adrazia is so much of an evil brat that she won't listen to her. And one of the most damning aspects of a narcissist, of a vulnerable narcissist, is a constant state of paranoia. And that's what I'm looking at right here. She is paranoid that everyone is going to be looking.
You've contacted the mental health clinic that I use. You've tried to have them shut down. You tried to have my therapist license taken away. You've tried to have me put in a mental hospital multiple times. You broke the window, the bars off the window in my front.
No, Mary. They were still there. She's regurgitating the same story. No one did any of that. No one went after her. No one tried to get her evicted. No one tried to get her killed. Again, she repeats the same bullshit over and over again. And she wonders why nobody likes her. She wonders why people hate her. These are the reasons why. Is inconsistent with her life.
Y'all have gone real life many, many times in the past year.
Oh, shit. Must have downloaded. And what the hell? Get rid of it. I should have done that early before I start doing this. Just start downloading. So I can put them in a place.
So your threats are all things that you have already done to me.
No. You did that yourself, Mary. You're just trying to scapegoat. You're just trying to scapegoat. All we did was we just followed suit. Most of the shit you've done to yourself.
You have already done this. You've contacted everybody. Everybody.
Exactly.
You have done your worst.
You don't see comments on her channel? Yeah, that's another thing that Mary likes to do. She likes to hide comments that pretty much point out the obvious, or she likes to turn off her comments because she doesn't like it when people call her out on her bullshit. She has a habit of deleting her comments. Or she has a habit of turning her comments off. She's basically putting her fingers in her ear saying, la 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 la, I'm not listening, I'm not listening.
And I'm still here on YouTube. And even if you get me kicked out, I will still be here on YouTube. I was here when I was homeless.
The thing is, does she really think that YouTube is going to give a flying fuck about her? Do you really think that YouTube's going to care about a mentally unstable woman who obviously has a habit of lying all the time? You're not the only one that does this, Mary. There are plenty of other people that lie a lot. I mean, we've talked about well, I haven't talked. We've talked about Foodie Beauty. We've talked about Shanny for Christ. We've talked about Truthfully Trisha, Von Helton, G-Man. Talked about other idiots like you. You're not that. Hell, we even talked about James, who's also a bigger liar. Well, you're basically in the same field.
And you're not going to bully me into going away with your threats of going real life. Because I've been dealing with real life.
Because she wants validation. That's why she makes YouTube videos. She really thinks that YouTube is going to validate her victimhood. She really thinks that she's going to be famous for existing.
Harassment for over a year. For people who talk so much about taking accountability, you really don't like to take accountability for your own actions.
Say the same about you.
Blaming me and saying I'm trying to take somebody's job and their livelihood. You made the choice to go after my disabled, deceased brother on a public platform using your name with your job listed on the Facebook. Nobody is forcing any of you to be cruel to me.
That's right. That's true. Nobody's forcing people to be cruel to you. They just are cruel to you because they want, because again, you're not well liked. You're not well liked, Mary. You have wronged people in the past. You have tried to ruin people's lives. You've tried to ruin people's livelihood by trying to get their channels shut down, by trying to have their platform removed. You have flagged people. You have false flagged people. You have false flagged streams because you cannot handle when people laugh at how crazy you really are. When you try to falsely accuse of abuse, try to falsely accuse someone of murder or attempted murder, when you threaten to end your own life and say that Royce Lopez made you do it, you try to get him in trouble by saying that you're going to jump off the overpass, a sign that said Royce Lopez made you. You don't think people forgot about that? And you try to berate people when you have spent when you make countless YouTube videos, countless videos teabagging or playing the victim that some poor staff or will give you donations will donate to your PayPal card. Sorry, yeah. You make a big think about people not giving money, or you make a pretty much shill out your PayPal constantly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with shilling out your PayPal. I do it all the time. I do it all the time on my channel. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's because people like what I do. People like the content I do. Because again, there are people that find me entertaining, want to see me. And that's okay, right? There are people who do love what I do, even if it's at your expense. You get upset every time people make money off of you. That's another thing. You get upset every time someone donates a super chat to Adonis Paul or Royce Lopez or even Hatman. Hell, Hatman gets donations. Hell, even Virgin gets some donations every once in a while. But again, you try to like argue and say, "Oh, you're making money off the mentally ill." No, fuck. No, the fuck. You're. You come off as extremely jealous every time you have this argument. Saying, "Oh, you make money off of me. You make money off the mentally handicapped." No, bitch. We make money because people like to laugh. Everybody loves a good garbage fire. Everybody loves a good garbage fire. That's why people donate money to Super Chat. And that's something you will never understand because, again, you're never going to get monetized. Not because you don't like to do, not because you don't stream, but because of the subject matters you say. Because most of your videos, you usually talk about death, you talk about suicide, talk about, well, pedophilia, talk about reprehensible shit that is automatically going to get you, that is, I have no words. Right. You're not going to get monetized for risque content because most of the things you talk about are disturbing. You don't put a filter on. You don't put a filter. You don't age restrict your videos, so anyone would watch them. Anyone would watch. Even a kid would watch it. Would stumble upon you. That's why you don't get money. Is because again, your content. You don't put a filter. You don't age restrict. No. You say things without provocation. You announce things without provocation. So again, you shouldn't be one to talk when you're talking shit about people. Money, laughing at you. And I know a lot of people are saying, get a job, get a job. Let's be real, Mary. You're not qualified for a job. Not because you're mentally unstable, but because in order to keep a job, you have to be willing to work with people. You have to be willing to understand and communicate. You don't do that, Mary. You don't communicate with people. And not to mention your mental illness. If you are mentally ill, it's obvious that people with mental illnesses can't keep a job for more. Well, people like you who claim to have like severe mental illness won't be able to keep a job for more than 2 give or take. People who have like might not be able to hold a job more than 2 weeks. If you claim to have like DPD. again, I am skeptical about the diagnosis. Maybe it's because you want to use that diagnosis as a way to garner some form of pity from complete strangers. And again, you're not the only one that uses it as an example. You're just one of the people that I've seen argument. And even if you claim to have BPD or borderline personality disorder, you could have gotten help for it, have it treated or managed, but instead you chose not to. Just like the other people that I've talked about, like Shani, people like Trisha, and maybe Chantal. She does claim. But again, you're not special, Adrasia. You're not the only one who has this mentality. There are people like you who use their platform to push their warped agenda onto other people, force their warped delusions onto other people. People who are extremely egotistical, who don't even care about hurting others to get their way, causing harm to people, actually do have the mental illnesses claim to have. So yeah, Mary, go on and say you're mental. You'd be one of the 4 million people, one of the 400 people who use that thing.
You have chosen of your own will to go out of your way to be nasty. And if there are repercussions because people find out because you're very publicly being nasty, you're going to blame me.
Well,
right?
yeah.
It's my fault that you're being ugly.
Well,
it's my fault that you called my little brother a potato. It's my fault. Because you can't take any accountability for your own actions. But you'll consistently scream at me to take accountability for things that I didn't even do. But you believe I did. Hypocrites. All of you. And I'm not playing games.
Mary, again, it was a joke. We called your brother Potato because, well, it was a joke. You obviously can't seem to get that. You take things way too seriously.
My life has been destroyed for the past year.
Yeah, the Batman is really hard to listen. Because again, she lives in her own fantasy world where she's always a victim 24/7. And what she is doing is that she's trying to get people she's trying to like get people in trouble or try to put this on people. Because it's obvious that maybe her grandmother taught her to shift the blame onto other people. I don't know that part, but it could be possible that her grandmother or someone taught her how to shift the blame onto others. And yes, I'm just going to skip ahead because she's just repeating the thing. This is where it gets interesting. These are where she gets interesting. Because right now she repeats herself over and over again. But when she has her occasional meltdowns where she's crying and screaming, that's when it becomes interesting. Because we all know the pattern. Anyone who's ever watched Adonis Paul, anyone who's ever watched the Mayo trilogy, they know that this is a common thing for her.
So now I'm being flooded with messages saying it doesn't matter that you took it down. It doesn't matter that you didn't officially report him because your life is ruined. We are going to force you to be homeless or dead. You have just signed your own death warrant by trying to force one of us to take accountability for our own actions.
Yep. That's what she does.
Okay.
Here we go.
If I'm going to be homeless and pushed to suicide anyway,
As well.
then I will go ahead and email that trucking company.
What trucking
and
company?
let them know personally what's going on.
What trucking?
And I guess I will ask any of my followers who actually care to do the same. Because this man now is threatening my life.
Who is threatening your
Not
life?
just a job, but they're literally threatening that I'm going to be killed. Or they're going to make me kill myself. Or they're going to put me out on the street and then they're going to come and hurt me. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Too late for that, Mary.
It's apparently too late for me to go back on taking Anthony McMahon's job. You know, my life is destroyed whether he keeps his job or not.
Exactly.
So we might as well let his job know what kind of person he is. Let them know not only that he targets handicapped children.
So you get the gist of what type of person Adrassi is. She is not above ruining people's lives. But she doesn't do it herself. She doesn't do it herself. She expects other people to do it for her. You see how she said, maybe one of my subscribers or my followers will contact this person's occupation to see if they can do something about this person that's been harassing me. You see what she's trying to do? She's trying to stir up shit to get this guy in trouble. And yes, I do sound repetitive every time I say he never does anything. And it's true, because it's true. It is true. She doesn't want to do anything for herself, but she's okay to get other people to do things for her. That's how she operates. That's how she thinks. And you've spent almost 2.5 hours of me talking about how she refuses to fend for herself or do for herself. Hell, even Adonis Paul has tried to get her to do things for herself. And that backfired when she decided to flip out on him when he told her to make a list of things to do. And when someone pointed out that she took his advice, she flipped out on him because she says that I won't do things for myself, or I don't get credit for what I do for myself. I mean, come on. You took advice from someone. And Adonis Paul, like what Reality Check said, despite, I don't agree with Adonis Paul's political views. But again, most of his political views are pretty much satirical. That's what satire. Political views are pretty much satirical. Some of them I don't usually agree with. Others I do. But again, you can agree with me if you want. Not for everyone. But I just like watching it because I like a good laugh. Because it gives me something to do when I'm bored. Because he's funny as hell. And the retro commercials pretty much plays on my nostalgia. And also, we share a same. Yeah, Mary really needs to get the fuck off the internet. But we tried that. We tried getting her off. But again, she won't budge. This is her life. This is what she wants to do for the rest of her life. And, yeah. But again, Adonis Paul has given Mary some advice. He's tried to help her. And, like I said, you might not, I don't usually agree with his political takes, but I know damn well that the guy has a really big heart. Pretty much working its ass off right now. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I'm making it. Yes, it's okay to laugh at the fact that he has a heart condition. Yes, I'm laughing at the fact that he has a heart condition. But that's all in good fun. Hell, I laugh at every time people bring up Mr. Medicare's cancer. Hell, he even laughs at those jokes too. And I have an uncle with a heart condition. And every time I listen to AP, he kind of reminds me of my uncle, who also has a big heart. Mary can't accept that there are people that will try and doesn't understand what it's like to have a heart. Because, of course, she doesn't have a heart. Or she doesn't have a soul.
Children to talk badly about, but that when somebody said something about it, that he targeted them and is going to push them out onto the streets homeless and is going to kill them. And y'all don't get to say nobody said that because it's there. There's like 40 messages on every single video that I have right now.
Yeah, and
people are telling me that my life is
it's
over,
basically
never
fighting fire with
I'm
fire.
going to be homeless soon. They're going to kill me. They're going to force me to kill myself. They're going to hurt me.
He's just regurgitating. But
they're going to hurt me physically because I made a video trying to expose one of them for the disgusting things that they said about my little brother. They're allowed to hold GoFundMes and raise thousands of dollars to go and desecrate my little brother's grave with piss. But if I so much as point to that and say that's wrong, they will kill me. And that's the reality of the life that I'm living right now. Anthony McMahon is going to have me killed because I told you that he was trashing my little brother by calling my little brother a potato. And now he's going to have me killed. Make sure his job knows this.
Why?
And no, I'm not lying.
Yes, exactly. This is the thing that this is the things that she likes to do. She expects other people to do things for her. And yeah, I'm justified in repeating myself. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna skip. Oh wait, no.
Genuinely terrified, and I want people to understand that if anything happens to me, if I vanish within the next month, make sure the police speak to Anthony McMahon, because he is the reason I am now receiving these threats. He came after my little brother, mocking my little brother, and because I told people what he was doing.
I should have put Enemy by
now
Imagine Dragons
people are going to kill me.
as one of the
and
opening
it's not
scenes.
going to be him himself. It's people that are doing it for him. People are they're doing it for as revenge for him.
You were doing the same thing too.
And I just won't. I need somebody
To save you.
to keep in mind that if something happens to me, if I vanish, we have a real person that is connected to this, Anthony McMahon.
Last I heard,
This is all.
last I checked, it was Adonis Paul that was connected to you if you end up disappearing. And then, actually no, first it was JJ Stoner, and then it was Royce Lopez, and then it was Adonis Paul. And then try to like go after Aunt Kathy and say that, and then you say it was publicity. And then you go back and say it's Aunt Kathy, then you go say it's Adonis Paul, then you say it's Kenneth McBride. I mean, which one is it, Adrazia? Which one is it? In your mind, there has to be a bad guy. There has to be conflict. And if you, and much like Shani, if you can't find conflict, if you don't find turmoil, you'll just invent it or make it up as you go along. Because again, we're so desperate at wanting to be a victim that you'll fabricate this story that someone who works at a trucking company wants you to die. Anything happens, he ends up getting fired. And you're trying to stir up a shitstorm to try and have his life ruined. And it acts you up. When you think your life is complete, but you're actually trying to ruin other people's lives. There's a difference between, or there's a fine difference between harassment and life ruination. I mean, there's a difference between trolling and life ruination. What AP, what Virgie, what the fuck people, and pretty much Atman's crew, what they're doing is trolling. What AP and his crew are doing, that's trolling. Maybe I don't agree with the trolling attempts. Sometimes they could be a bit harsh and far-fetched. But again, we're not trying to harm you. Nobody wants you to die. Maybe some people take it too far. I'm looking at you, DC. I'm looking at you, these people. And yeah, there are people, hell, there are even people who are so fucked up that they'll go as far as to try and have your life because they feel like it. I.e., Dark Ninja. Then again, Dark Ninja's a piece of shit who wants to be. He'll latch onto anything, achieve his goal. Then again, Dark Ninja will try and latch onto anything. Gain the title of being the greatest troll on the internet. But what you do, what you're trying to do, trying to get people to contact this guy's job, trying to get him fired or something. What you're doing, Mary, that's life ruination. What we're doing is pretty much laughing at the fact that you are known to be gullible and impressionable. And this isn't the first time you've tried to ruin other people's lives. You've done this with so many people in the past. people who do videos on you, people who cover you.
All happening.
Hell, when you tried to call the cops on Adonis Paul, when he decided that a documentary would be made about you, because you pretty much provoked him to make that documentary on. It's why and that's where people get their information on you, from his documentaries. And they speak louder than whatever you put on your main channel. Yeah. They provide more validity to the story than you say. Actions speak louder than words, Mary. And from the looks of it, your actions have shown that you are not a person that anyone should trust. No one should trust you. And no one should, rightfully.
Because he came after my little brother.
No, but, dude, your brother's dead.
And now I'm going to be murdered.
For what?
For trying to defend my little brother, he went through so much in his life.
He's
so
dead.
Much pain. Even in death, people can't respect him. He has to be buried next to the monster that crippled him.
I don't know. Anthony something. I couldn't pronounce. I forgot his name. But his name was Anthony.
People coming in pissing on his graves because his aunt said to.
Okay, maybe that joke was a little too far.
And now he's publicly just going to be called a potato forever. Because it just never ends.
What?
It's just the pain for people like him that just... Imagine being dead and still being disrespected by everyone.
What? Oh my God, Mary.
Anthony McMahon. Make sure you...
Anthony McMahon. That's the name.
You remember that name.
See? He's trying to get people to ruin his life.
They're on a rampage now. I called them out for their threats. And now they're intent to hurt me by calling me a pig and oinking at me in every video that I make.
Not interested.
And now the argument is, but we didn't do all of that, though. You have no proof that we actually did any of that.
Never mind, Ross.
So,
I
won't be leaving the apartment today. I'm just hiding.
Yeah, that's what she does. And we've seen this cycle happen. Saying, oh, I can't leave the apartment. I have to hide away from the people who want to kill me. This is the same. She did the same thing last year when fucking Dark Ninja posted her address on 4chan and told people that she likes to be raped and murdered. She likes to be raped, even though she didn't ask. She doesn't ask, so she says no. Yeah. The reason why Dark Ninja posted her address on 4chan was because, well, she doxed herself by filming her electric bill. I think I said that story. I think I told that. But I'll just tell it again for brevity's sake. She doxes herself unintentionally. I mean, who the fuck films their own electric bill? That's what I'm more concerned. Who the fuck thinks it's a good idea to film your electric bill, knowing that your address is going to be on there?
Because I know that they're out there looking for me. I know that they're searching for me. I know that they've been sent to hurt me, so I can't leave. Unless I disguise myself. I can't even leave my home. I can't go get food. I can't go... I can't leave my home.
This is her coping mechanism. Coping?
Because if I walk out that door, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me because I tried to stand up for my little brother. Every time they want to hurt me, they go after my little brother because they know that hurts me because he was the only one in this family that was actually good.
What about your grandma?
And they go after him and they hurt him.
Why don't you defend your
If
grandmother?
I fight back, they threaten me and they threaten and they threaten and they threaten and they're gonna kill me and they're gonna have me destroyed and they're gonna have me put down, they're gonna have me killed because I wanted my little brother to have some respect. My little brother doesn't deserve to be called a potato. He doesn't deserve for his family to be sending people to piss on his grave. He doesn't deserve to be buried next to the monster that can't cripple him. He doesn't deserve any of it. He doesn't deserve it. But that's what's happening because they have to hurt me, and my little brother is the only way to do that. Only family I had, only decent person in this family, he's it.
What about your grandma, Mary? Your grandmother pretty much did everything for you. Why don't you bring her up? Oh, wait, because you think your grandma never loved you. If she did love you, you would have more money than the $10,000 that they gave you. Told you to figure it out. And again, Mary does best everyone in her. Yet she thinks that using her own brother, she's just using her own brother as a way to. She's using her own brother to virtue signal because she knows that there will be people who will defend the handicap. And she's pretty much using her brother's memory as a way to garner sympathy from activists on the internet. Again, this is what she does all the time. Her coping mechanism. And by the way, the Dark Ninja thing about Scooby, it's the one called the Scooby 331 saga is called Return of the Sped-Eye. For episode 6, Return of the Sped-Eye. I like the play on words, Return of the Jedi, but yeah, we call it a sped. It's not what you think. Because he is a sped. A guy from Long Island LARPing as a Guido monster.
Imagine being the type of person that goes after a handicapped child to hurt their mentally unwell family member because they spoke out about abuse that the family denies. All of this is simply because I spoke out about the abuse in my family. And my family denied it, and now there are 1,000 people who want me dead.
I tried to get
because they think I lied about abuse that I did not lie about.
I was gonna get Dark Ninja to pursue Isabella Jane.
My blood aunt sent men to urinate on my handicapped brother's grave while his mother was dying in a hospital.
Platy, who do you think she's trying to, who do you think is she trying to target with this message? Do you really think that activists are gonna defend her? Activists for the handicap are gonna come to her rescue? Dude, she's mocked by, well, she should be mocked by more people, but I've tried to get people to look into her, but most people find her boring. She's only boring when she's doing the smug Drastia. Actually, no, she gets more hate when she acts smug. But she's funny when she does this whole, "You all want me dead!" type shit. That's when she's funny, right? Think, "Y'all want me dead!" Like Trish, she's doing the same thing Trisha does, right? Except Trisha doesn't go out of her way to try and go on a campaign saying, I have to kill myself so that these people will leave me alone, so that I can save other people. Trisha, I know you watch this because you like to watch people who cover you. And I shall cover you more often. You see this woman I'm looking at on my screen? You see this woman, Trisha? She's a lot like you. Except she helped bury a woman who can't defend herself.
These are the type of people that I am dealing with. They will stop at nothing, and they are going to kill me because I exposed one of them for the nastiness that they have in their heart, because they went on my Facebook and called my little brother, who is dead, who had cerebral palsy, who spent his entire life in a wheelchair in pain, eating through a hole in his stomach because his own father tried to kill him when he was still in his mother's stomach. And even after death, people can't put some fucking respect on his name!
Yes! That's the Adrasia I know and love. And loathe.
My little brother deserves better. And I'm gonna be killed for believing that.
Roberta deserves better too, Mary. Why aren't you defending her? Oh, wait, you were trying to defend Roberta when people kept calling her a potato. But when people started calling your brother a potato, you started freaking out over it.
I'm going to be murdered for believing that my handicapped brother deserves just the slightest amount of respect from his own family that is using him to hurt me.
Yo, Trisha, Trisha Renee, you're probably not watching, you're probably not going to see this because you're so hell-bent, you're trying to, because you're probably sleeping off the alcohol and drugs that you've been ingesting, putting in your body, forget your own misery. But if you come across this, and if I'm addressing you, just know, because I'm one of Moonbear's mods. I'm one of Miss Moonbear's mods, and I've been in your chat, Trisha. I've been in your chat defending Moonbear. Well, defending the people you've hurt. I just want to say this to you, Trisha, Renee, Trisha Curley, wherever the fuck you want to call yourself. You see this woman right here on my screen? She's a lot like you, Trisha. She is so much like you in almost every way, except you never helped a convicted child molester bury his handicapped fiance in the backyard. That's the only difference between you and this woman. But you're okay with ruining people's lives and falsely accusing people of crimes that they didn't commit.
My little brother deserves better. And I'm gonna be killed for thinking that he deserves better. I'm gonna be killed for wanting my brother's name remembered. I'm gonna be killed.
I thought you were gonna say your brother's revenge.
Handicapped child be disgraced and put down and talk badly about by people who don't even know him, never even knew him. They never even had the chance to see his smile. The people that went to piss on his grave, the people that are calling him a potato, the people that are talking so much garbage about this poor handicapped child.
The reason The reason why we call Bubba or little Ronnie a potato is because, yeah, he has cerebral palsy. But you tried to gain the moral high ground by bad-mouthing Aunt Kathy just by rehashing a joke that was made by a video that was pretty much taking audio clips and twisting him into like a fake trailer. But no. And yeah. It's funny because it's a term of endearment, not an insult, not a derogatory term. And you're trying to get people to white knight for you over the fact that people kept calling your brother a potato. And how many times have we heard you say the story that you're saying that your father killed his own son? Oh, you know, you can say that, but you would have alluded to it because you pretty much confuse you confuse your father for Kenneth or your ex-husband. Which is it, Mary? Is it your father? Is it Kenneth? Or is it Stephen? It kind of makes people feel confused whether or not your stories. And that's why people don't believe in your stories, because you don't listen is your enemy. Who is your mortal enemy? Well, and because your father is dead, can't defend himself because he's dead. Same thing with your mother. Now that she's dead, decide to take the opportunity to bash her even after she's died.
Even got to see.
But you're okay
his
with
smile will lit up a room. They never got to hear him laugh. They never got to know him.
Holy
so
fuck.
They can put him down and talk garbage about him and make fun of him. Mock and laugh and call him a potato and act like he's not even a human being, just like my family always did.
Well, you did the same.
That.
You did the same thing for Roberta. You did the same thing for Roberta.
That house and pretend like he wasn't even there. He would just be laying there all day long, smiling at everybody.
What about the picture of your father holding your brother in his arms? Bet you didn't see that coming. We all know you're full of shit, and you keep regurgitating the same stories over and over because you think that someone in the near future is going to believe in your bullshit. And they're going to automatically take your side. You know what people are going to look up if they ever look up your name? They're going to look, the first thing they're going to find when in regards of your name is Adonis Paul's documentaries on you. That's what people are going to look at before they even look at your video. They're going to look at Adonis Paul's shit. Hell, they're going to even look at Hatman's video on you. Even. And they might look at my streams on you. They might look at my videos on my streams on you, but again, because I'm the only one that's giving you attention at this moment, I'm probably going to end up being one of the many people that will be the first thing that they'll look at years from now.
Mom would pick him up and throw him over over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, like he wasn't anything at all. He would get his hand stuck down in the bars of his bed and it would turn purple and they wouldn't do anything about it. He would get his hand stuck down in the crack of the thing, so he's laying like this all the time and he still just laughed and smiled. He lived his life laying on a chair that smelled like his own piss because my mom didn't clean it and they didn't clean him. They just left him laying around in a diaper most of the time.
Justice for Bubba.
And now even after he's dead, my family is still disrespecting him.
I'm Jeff Vader. Jeff Vader. He's Jeff Vader. I'm Jeff Vader. I like Jeff Vader.
To piss on his grave. They've sent people to call him a potato. My little brother deserves better.
Jeff Vader? I'm just gonna skip ahead because again, she's just crying in circles.
Not even having a marker for 10 years.
I just subscribed to Jeff Vader's channel. He's got 80 subscribers. That's less than mine. I'm gonna go. I'm Jeff Vader. Jeff Vader. Oh, I'm gonna link Jeff Vader's channel. Hold on. Jeff Vader. Yes, Jeff Vader is cool. You should go subscribe to his channel to Batman if you want to see some good shit, some funny shit. Or you just want to hear him say, I'm Jeff Vader, or you just want to hear a remix of him saying, I'm Jeff Vader. Woosah, Mary. Woosah.
Can't handle it all.
Woosah. Everybody needs to relax, Mary.
I just can't handle it all. They're never going to stop. They're just going to keep on and keep on and keep on until they've destroyed everything about me.
Who fucking who, Mary?
They're gonna kill me.
They're gonna kill me! They want me dead!
They're gonna kill me because I stood up for my brother and I will continue to stand up for my brother.
Oh god, Mary.
He could never speak for himself.
Neither could Roberta.
Somebody has to speak for him.
Somebody had to speak for Roberta. We'll answer for your crimes, Mary.
They're wanting to play semantics and say Bubba wasn't a child when he died.
That's true.
He was 24.
That's true.
My little brother, in my heart, will always be a child.
He will always be your baby.
He never grew to be a man.
You never grew to be a woman either.
He died at 24 years old. He still saw a pediatrician.
He is.
He wore diapers. He couldn't.
Yes, the Batman. Dark Ninja is a weird troll. He is a weird troll. And the more you learn about him, the more you have every right to stay the fuck away from him or make fun of him behind his back. Because he deserves it. He hangs out with the wrong people. And he'll lie all he wants because, again, that's what trolls do.
Couldn't speak. He couldn't walk.
And you see what... And you see where he's defending Scooby. Where he's trying to defend Scooby. He's doing the same. What he did with Scooby, he's doing the same with Tragic right now. Watch. Wait until Dark Ninja and Tragic have a falling out. Wait until Dark Ninja and Tragic start beating. Then it'll be funny. Because again, Tragic would lose another support. I would like to see that happen. Even though it's going, but I know it's going to happen. And
he smiled at everybody, and he waved like this.
you did the same. I bet Roberta did the same thing too.
And you can play semantics all you want and say, well, he wasn't a child, he was an adult. Okay.
That's true. He was an adult. So was
He was an
Roberta
adult.
when,
Then
when she died.
why does that make it suddenly okay to disrespect him and threaten to murder his sister for trying to stand up for his honor?
Again, dead.
After 24 years of hell that boy lived through.
You don't even give a fuck about him. You're just using him as a what?
He deserves to be respected enough.
You don't give a fuck about your own brother. You left him when you were 18 years old. You abandoned him when you turned 18 to hook up with a pedophile named Stephen Barone. To hook up with your pedophile ex-husband. You didn't give a fuck about Ronnie when you were driving your ex-husband to his underage girlfriend's house for quote-unquote emotional support. You were just being oblivious to the fact that you were evading, facilitating sexual abuse of a minor. So you were in the middle of it. You weren't really caring about little Ronnie backing up with convicted child molester and Kenneth McBride being backing up with when you, and then I forget you get rid of his fiance Roberta Laws, also had the same ability as your brother. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mary.
To not be called names, to not be mocked, to not be used as a weapon against the only family member that still cares. My brother may have lived 24 years old.
Yeah.
But that does not mean...
Yeah, Dark Ninjas tried to fuck with me. Probably because I was associated with Draven's Crypt and Bragnot and Miss Parker. He just tried to reach out to me. And I even let him on one of my streams where he was pretty much accusing Draven of stalking. He was pretty much accusing me of stalking Tragic.
That he ever advanced into manhood.
That's what
I said. He still saw a pediatrician because they don't have doctors in
you
Florida
really think Dark Ninja cares about Tragic
in his form of cerebral palsy.
Right?
When he turned 18,
he
should have started seeing a regular doctor instead of a pediatrician. They told us.
Let's start turning on
They didn't
Tragic.
have a doctor for him.
Watch.
They kept him seeing the same pediatrician until he was 22.
Let's turn on
because
Tragic.
they said, well,
That's
people with his condition don't normally live to be adults, so we don't train to care for adults. That's a very specialized doctor that's needed. It's very rare for somebody with little Ronnie's severity of disability to live to 24 years old. But he did. He lived to 24 years old just to have his own family members send men to urinate on his grave, call him a potato, and use him to hurt his mentally unwell sister who is trying to defend him. I'm gonna be killed.
For what? Jesus Christ, Mary. Where the fuck are you getting this? Or are you just making this shit up as you go along? Saying, I'm gonna be killed? No one is gonna waste any resources to kill you. Nobody wants you to die, Mary. How hard is that to understand? Yeah, whoever is telling her that she's gonna be killed, whoever is trying to scare her, knock that shit off. The last thing we want is another freak out. And again, it'd be funny too. Again, there are, like I said, there are differences between trolling and, well, harassment. Whoever is doing this shit to her, yeah, that would be considered harassment. Or at least that's what the definition. Then again, Mary deserves it. Mary does this shit, does stupid shit without any provocation. Even if you aren't provoking her, she'll do this shit because she needs turmoil in her life. So she'll invent it. So that she can be justified in her victimhood. How many times have we seen Mary do this shit? How many times have I seen Mary go on saying, oh, these people want me dead. Woe is me. Bullshit. It's almost been a year since I've covered a draft. With each moment, stories keep getting darker and darker. Most of the time she's hard to listen to. Most of the time because she drones on about how, oh, you people want me dead. Or when she's being smug and trying to be condescending, she gets irritating and she pretty much pisses you off. You know damn well she didn't give two fucks about her brother. She was busy fucking a pedophile with an underage girlfriend.
Because I didn't want my little brother to be called a potato.
Late.
I'm gonna be killed because I wanted some respect for my little brother who never received any respect in life.
Is it just me? Or do you really think that Adrasia uses her brother as a way to shield herself from the fact that she may or may not be involved in Roberta Loss's murder? Well, they both have cerebral palsy. And she's using her brother to absolve herself of the guilt she still feels for letting that poor woman die. A poor woman who can't defend herself from her brute ex.
Even in death, his own family lies about what happened to him. Buried him next to the man that crippled him and just pretends like it's okay. They left him without a headstone for a decade.
Maybe because they couldn't afford a headstone.
He was a human being.
Ew.
He had a soul.
Exactly.
He had a mind. Just like all of you.
Exactly, Claddy.
He doesn't deserve to be treated the way that y'all are treating him. And you can say, well, he's dead, so we're not treating him anyway. You're treating his memory. You're disrespecting his memory. You're disrespecting him. Whether he's alive or dead, you're disrespecting him, and I'm not okay with it.
Why do you think she feels the need to defend her deceased brother? Why do you think she wants to defend her brother's memory? Do you think that she's trying to absolve herself of guilt? Or is she just virtue signaling? Or trying to get people after the people who call her brother a potato? Why do you think she feels the need to defend her dead brother? Does she really think that that activists in the future are going to look at her videos? No. If anyone types in the name Adrastia, they're going to see Adonis Paul's documentary on her, the Mayo documentary. That's the first thing that'll pop up if you type in Adrastia, aside from her YouTube channel. But the first video that they're going to find is the documentary that Adonis Paul made. The trilogy. 3 documentaries made on her. And Hatman's video on her.
And I know I'm going to die for saying that. I'm willing to. I'm actually willing to give up my life for my little brother's memory. I am perfectly willing to die fighting for my little brother to be known as a human being.
Justice for Bubba.
After so many years.
Is she going to do the Justice for Bubba thing again? Watch. Justice for Bubba. Now you know why I called this the title of this stream Justice for Potato.
Of his family denying him. Mom wouldn't even take him outside. After they pulled him out of school, he never even left the house again. Until after they moved and Dad killed himself. For years, he just stayed in that house, laying in that chair. Never going out and seeing people. Never having a life. He would never have a girlfriend. Never have a baby. Never have anything. But a pink chair that smelled like urine. And the screaming of his parents. In a rat-infested, roach-infested trailer. He lived like a secret. And after he died, they buried him like a secret, not even giving him a headstone.
The Batman. You don't have to worry about Adrastia having kids. She can't have kids anymore. She's barren. She's spent most of her adult life abusing opioids and morphine pills to the point where it fucked with her reproductive system, reproductive organs. So, yeah, she's unable to have kids.
Just plopping him down right next to the monster that created him. They can share a headstone. They have the same name, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he was his own person, deserving of his own identity.
Like little Kenneth.
I'm gonna be killed.
What?
But I will go out, letting
Why?
the world know that my little brother was a human being and deserves to be respected as one.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
So, I can't ever leave my apartment again. I need to get some food.
Just
So
go
if
out,
anybody
get
would
something
like
to
help
eat.
me get some delivery, some groceries delivered.
DoorDash.
PayPal me /Adrastia. I need about $20.
Hold on.
Like to help me get some delivery to get some.
Now she's begging people to get her food. Now she's begging people to give her money for food. Oh my god.
Food. So if anybody would like to help me get some
Just shilling.
some groceries delivered to me, PayPal me /Adrastia. I need about $20 because of the delivery fee and there's like a limit. You have to have at least, I think you have to order at least 15 or something so they'll even deliver it. It's stupid, but yeah, I need a little bit of help to survive my
True.
life.
Yes, I'm shilling out B Smiley's YouTube channel too, because again, these are the people that are also fans of Adonis Paul and Virgie, as well as myself and Batman. I mean, B Smiley used to be in my chat for a while.
I don't know how long I'm gonna have to stay locked in this room, you know. I don't know how long they're going to be hunting for me. I don't know how long I'm not safe to go outside, but I know that at least today and tomorrow and probably the rest of the week, I'm in danger if I leave this apartment.
Yes.
And I simply don't have enough food.
Yes, Platty.
To last me that long.
Yes, Platty, you're right. It is like when Von Helton said that they buried his mother next to a dog. And you don't see Von Helton saying justice for Alice, right? And again, Von Helton is not the type of person who wants justice. He wants punishment. He wants the punishment to happen. Because evil must be punished. He has the punishment inside him. Oh my god. Fucking lipstick motherfucker.
PayPal me /address, yeah. If anybody would like to contribute.
There she goes, shilling out her PayPal. PayPal me / It's been a long time since I've heard her say PayPal me /Adrastia.
No, it's not a grift.
Yes, it is.
Scam.
Yes, it is.
I can't leave my apartment because if I do, I will
Sure you
be
can.
killed.
Really?
They made it very clear to me last night that there are people looking for me. There are people hunting for me, tracking me down to make right what they think I did wrong by trying to defend my handicapped brother. They came
You
on
abandoned your handicapped brother.
Facebook on my birthday calling my handicapped brother a potato, and because I fought back by exposing that, because I told people that it's not right for truck drivers to be calling handicapped children potatoes. Because I pointed that out, they're going to kill me. And I
Really,
can't
bitch?
leave my apartment ever again.
Really?
That's the life that I am now living. And y'all say, well, it's just a scam, it's just a grift. Then why are y'all... You have put me in this position just to accuse me of scamming and making everything up.
Well, you've had a history of this. It's a history. It's not a one-time thing. This is a frequent thing with you, Mary. You've done this with people so many times. Remember last year when you were going on your so-called crusade to end cyberbullying? You were walking the streets of LA because you couldn't go home because you think that people are going to go to your house and rape and murder you. Remember that, Mary? You were on Facebook threatening suicide, and some of your Sims were trying to talk you out of it. And then you said, I could use like I could use some donations. I could use a few dollars in my PayPal. Get me something to eat. Maybe I'll go get. And then that person sent you like I don't know, was it a $50 your PayPal account that you can get something to eat? And you're like, I can go to the Walmart. Even though you made YouTube videos saying you don't know where you're at. But there's a Walmart where you're at. Oh my god. Remember that, Platty? Remember in Mayo 3? Where AP pointed out that when she was doing the whole 3 days to end cyberbullying thing, pulled up some screenshots from her Facebook. E-begging. Oh my God. And then she stole a Capri Sun from a homeless person. Because he saw him crying. He saw her crying. And he just gave it to her.
You know damn well that you have been threatening to kill me for the last 24 hours.
Yeah, she thinks she's
I
Anne
have
Frank.
been receiving death threats for a full day because I tried to defend my handicapped brother who does not deserve to be belittled and disrespected the way that he has been. And I am waiting for somebody to come and kill me for that. It's not a joke. It's not a game. It's my life. I am sitting here waiting to be murdered because I love my little brother.
Oh yeah! Oh my God, Platt, you're right. She thinks she's Anne Frank. And now this is going to be our last video for the evening. I know it's been like 3 hours. It's going on 4. But
People who were kind enough to donate and get some rice and potatoes and things that'll last me a while. Like I said, I don't know how long I'm going to have to stay here. All I know right now is that if I leave my room, if I actually step outside this apartment, that I'm in danger. And y'all can laugh and say that that's a joke, and it's not a joke to me.
it is a joke. But your mind won't know the difference between what's fake and what's real. You've created this alternate reality in your head where anyone who says any threat to you, you take it seriously. And that's the thing I see with you, that you take everything seriously. Maybe what happened to you, maybe all the years of drug abuse probably fucked with your mind, and you can't differentiate between what is real and what is not. Maybe that's what.
It's not funny to me. Just like the things that have been said about my brother.
Yeah,
Y'all
it's on
say
Mayo
that
3.
they don't
Check it
mean
out on
anything.
Mayo
They're
3.
just words. He's dead. Who cares? I care.
It's where she was screaming, "Why would I die? Why would I die? I need to die so that Royce Lopez, Jeremy Johnson, and Daniel McIntyre will stop. I need it to end." Remember that? Remember that? It's in Mayo 3. You can look it up. You can check it out in Mayo Part 3.
It means something to me.
Really?
It means a lot to me.
It didn't mean a lot to you when you were fucking
My little brother's legacy
a
means so
pedophile.
much to me that I'm willing to die to defend him.
Really?
I am sitting here waiting for somebody to come and kill me because I will not go back on what I said. My little brother was a human being who deserved respect.
Why am I
And there are
laughing?
truck drivers out there who see him as simply a potato and piss on his grave and talk badly about him, and they never even knew him.
I'm laughing because it's
You
so.
can say whatever.
I'm laughing because it's so stupid. Oh my God. She really believes this shit? Does she really believe the shit that's being said to her on Facebook? Does she really believe that someone's gonna come to her house and kill her all because she defended her handicapped brother? I could see AP putting some of this shit in for the Mayo 4.
Whatever you want about me. I know I'm garbage.
Yes, you are.
I know nobody loves me. I know that I'm not good for anything.
I should ask Tav. I should ask Tav if he's got room for one more cast member on the Garbage Island. I should ask Taff if he has room for more people to add on the garbage island. If he's still doing the garbage island thing. I haven't heard any mention of the garbage island for a while, but I would have to ask him if he's got room for one more person to add to the cast.
He was so good. He was the best.
Yeah,
He was absolutely the sweetest human being.
Yes.
He had a smile that would make everybody else feel better.
I guess, Platty. I guess. I don't know. I guess it's probably a metaphor. Maybe Anthony, whatever Dick Mahan, is a pseudonym or a code for Daniel McIntyre. And no, I'm not doxing AP. I'm not doxing AP because he's already put his name out there. It's public information. It's known information. Because that was his business. Because he used to work for like a marketing company, So again, his real name.
And it's him that I need to defend. It's him that I need to stand up for because nobody ever would. They blame me for his death because I moved out. When I turned 18, I escaped.
Okay. Oh God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna. You know what? I should play King Ass Ripper. King. Yeah. Oh God. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. What happened? What the hell happened to King Ass Ripper? What the hell happened to him? Holy shit.
Oh yeah. You're right to sit next to me next time we go out to eat. Oh yeah. You're right to sit next to me next time we go out to eat. Oh yeah.
Holy fuck. What the hell happened to him? What the hell happened to King Ass Ripper? Holy fuck! What the hell happened to you, man? What the hell happened to you? That's a lot of mayonnaise, man. I had to bow out on one guy who feels... Are you talking about... Vladdy says, I've had to bow out on one guy who feels a need to confront everybody else he sees. Oh my God! Oh my... The king is down! The king is down! F in the chat, the Batman. F in the chat for King Ass Ripper. Because Mary's... I'm just gonna end it off with some King Ass Ripper. You know, just a palate cleanser.
Oh yeah. Smashing burgers for you.
Then again, the guy spent most of his time engorging himself on disgusting food. Eventually, it would end up catching up to him. What? God damn. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god. What the hell happened to you, man? What the hell? Long live King Ass Ripper. Oh god, I miss those days. King Ass. The king is down. I repeat. King. All right. All right, man. One King Ass Ripper. You know the one I like. You know the one I like. This one.
Today I got.
This is the one that got. This is the one I had Miss Parker show on her stream. This is the one I tried to get Allie to look at. Look at that, man. This one was the one I tried to get Allie to look at. Now she can no longer trust me with video suggestions. Because
A large chili cheese tot.
oh my
filled with
god.
chili and cheese. Oh. All for breakfast. 3 fucking corn dogs. Oh. And
Oh my god. I'm just gonna skip ahead. Because he's
there we go. Oh. Oh. God damn.
here it comes. God damn. God damn. Oh, that was a palate cleanser. That was my that's my palate cleanser, guys. And he is a hero. Yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. I've seen worse. I've seen a lot of Mary videos. I'm used to it, actually. So, once again, thank you for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for showing up. It's a real distraction. Yeah. It's a real distraction from what's been going on in the world. I mean, you guys help me get through some crazy shit. I guess it's 12:43 here in the Lizard Pit, and I'm gonna end it off right there. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you guys for showing up. If you like this shit, please hit that like button and subscribe if you need to. Alternatively, you can also follow me on my social media site. You can follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. All links are in the description. If you feel generous and want to donate a few dollars my way, you can also check out my PayPal and my Cash App. Both links are in the description, as well as the chat above. That's going to do it for tonight. Once again, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for showing up. that being. I'm going to be coming back on Wednesday with the Zilla show, and it's going to be called A New Coat. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, but I'll let you know. Okay,